Hello and welcome everyone. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing this lovely Sunday? Let's just switch over to the game. Okay, pick it up. There we go. Just gonna wait for everybody to make their way in. Hello, Jalex, and welcome. How are you today? I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay. Yeah, the snow situation sounded a bit concerning. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to message you and wish you the best with that situation. Just I've had a long day. Hello, Tutor, and welcome. But I do hope everything is going okay, Jalix. Vinya, welcome. How are you doing this Sunday? Just gonna throw this up on Twitter quick while everybody makes their way in. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that, Jalix. See? And yeah, I'm sure. No, that weather can get really scary out there. I mean, let's be real, -7 Celsius is still pretty cold. And we are up on Twitter, I think. I'm just going to give it another minute, and we should be ready to go. So today the hope is to build a little bit more of Based Cat's Tower to the sky. I want to befriend Lief today, because apparently if you befriend Lief and get Lief up to maximum heart and do Lief's quests, you are able to unlock another location. So I want to try to aim for that. I don't know if we'll get to that today, but I'd like to work on improving Lief's friendship status. And, like in the title it says, I want to talk a little bit about bread and circuses, but we will wait to talk about that until later on in the stream. In the meantime, I'm just going to give everybody another about 20-30 seconds to get in, and then we'll get going. Yeah, Tutor, I imagine that if your face was frozen from walking, that's pretty cold out there. Like negative 23 Celsius, negative 34 wind chill is cold. So Vinya, Staxel is a game that's kind of like a mix of Minecraft with Harvest Moon or like Stardew Valley. If you're familiar with those, you can do a lot of the stuff you can do in Minecraft in terms of building, but you also get the ability to farm and do things like in those type of games, like Harvest Moon. So it's just a chill experience. There's no enemies, there's no death that we know of, although there's some weird story plot stuff which happens from time to time. Just move my camera over slightly like that. That works. It's a pretty chill experience. You get to raise animals, you get to take care of them, make friends with the villagers. And there's Base Cat, the best kitty that ever catted. We have a tower of Base Cat being made out of clouds to defy everything. And we've got our farm full of animal friends. Though as many as I have, I'm gonna have to extend this fencing out soon. Because sometimes you do a random quest and a villager is like, hey, do you want a chicken? Here's a chicken. Base Cat is an eldritch monster from the 4th dimension, and we must consistently appease Base Cat. Let's go to Lief's store. So I do not know what type of gifts Lief likes to have, but we should definitely get Lief some gifts. Then there was this terrifying moaning. I haven't been able to work up the courage to go back since. No one seems to be replying to my letters. I think you can talk to them like 10 times a day to raise friendship also. Please raise friendship with me so I can have stuff. I do remember reading that he weirdly likes, I think it was either handling post. Lief rather likes gifts, from cleaning and basic tools, like basic construction categories, apparently. I remember reading that he likes, like, the handling post, weirdly enough, so I'm gonna try gifting him one. When I was doing my research on what to do to how to gift. Yes, I'm giving you a handling post. He didn't seem to dislike it. Oh, that's not good if your spacebar is not, being reliable. Gifting him rare mushrooms? Okay. I will keep that in mind. That would be a lot cheaper than what I am doing. Also, what's the second quest for him? Because I don't think I've unlocked that yet. Buying your friends with rare mushrooms. True. That is how we do things here in Staxel. Are you a rare mushroom? No, you're a red and white mushroom. Yeah, the social aspect of these games feels very... There's a rare mushroom. Let's go give him one, see what happens. Oh, hey, Oscar. Let's give you a rare mushroom. His third quest is you've been away for how long? But what's the second one? Because I don't think I've done the second one yet. Was it... Mysterious Outsider? How do I do that one? Whoa, there's a... What? I didn't know there was a third-person view. Apparently, if you hit X... I've never actually really touched on the full keyboard controls. Yeah, that was a little uncomfortable, right? So yeah, how do I trigger Mysterious Outsider then? Also, how much higher am I going to build this tower? How much higher does Base Cat demand of me? Let's see. Greetings. How are you doing today? Do you want me to use your Discord name, or do you want me to use the name you have on here, by the way? Apparently, a handling post, green leaf, or wooden decor. Okay. Then I shall... Nope. Okay. I shall do that. Let me just serve myself some tea. And... that is a really good question about changing Google account names. So Cray is fine? Sounds good. I don't know if you can change account names in Google. Google tends to be pretty terrible about stuff like that. Can you? Open your map and locate the new person in the village, so you won't get a notification. Oh, no. That was weird. That is really good to know. Also, I need to stop falling off this tower. I don't even know how you check if you've reached the liked friendship level with Lief. Also, I should give him... You have done it! Cray has been transformed into Cray. Let's build some walls up. Catch the sides of the tower up with the staircase. I was half considering either at the top of this tower to try to make like a pixelated version of Base Cat, or even funnier, part of me was like put like an eye of Base Cat, like an Eye of Sauron type thing. The watchful eye of that is the flag. Oh, okay, you're talking to Cray. Yeah. The Eye of Base Cat, it watches everything. It knows all. Yeah, typically, Jalix, that flag, the flag of Boricua, is usually just a grayed out version of the standard Puerto Rican flag. I wouldn't even know what material to make the Black Tower out of, unfortunately. Unless I went into creative mode for that, I could do that. You know, at some point when we reach like endgame and there's nothing else to do, that would definitely be an idea. Because at that point, creative mode will just make sense. Because then we don't have to worry about money and resource. It just keeps going. Well, PR and Cuba were both under very similar forms of colonization by the Spanish, so kind of unsurprising. Well, yeah, the US's treatment of PR has been absolutely atrocious historically. And theoretically, in a different reality, PR would have been just made a state, just like every other one, if the US had its way. You know, not counting the fact that it's a very complex situation of a desire for a nation to achieve independence versus the US's position of wanting to make things states, mixed with US racisms of not wanting certain groups of people to have statehood. That's part of the whole complexity of PR as being a colony of the US. That part I don't think I knew, Cray. So thank you for sharing. Apparently PR's flag was originally looked like DR's and was changed to resemble Cuba's out of solidarity. Are we close? Yeah, we're close to the top of the stairs again. I don't even know how high the build limit in this goes. You had a convo with the SOCDEM co-workers today and decided not to say anything around the point that they unironically advocated for horseshoe theory. Horseshoe theory is just one of those perspectives that makes no sense, but at the same time there's so many leftists where I want to be like, You're really trying my patience at proving it. So Tubes, thank you for that. I just don't know how much, like, the meter's supposed to be filled. Half heart means light. We can go check. Alright, everybody. Only one way to do this. Let's go check Lief's store. Okay. I'm assuming that's really close to halfway, right? Also try to give him some green leaves, since that was suggested. Give. Yes, I'm giving you a green leaf. It does indeed have seasons. We are in spring. I've given you enough gifts. I'll tell you when you've had enough gifts. The friendship mechanics in games where you have to just, like, buy people's friendship is just so bizarre. Hey, Majora, welcome. How are you doing today? Hey, Base Cat. Don't poop in your food, Cookie Cow, rather. That's weird. That's fair, Vin. Life is doing pretty good for me right in this minute. Have a leaf. Yes, I am giving you... I'm giving you a green leaf. I'm giving you lots of green leaves. Be my friend. Why is it always Lief that's stopping me from doing the things that I need to do? Well, have a good night, Majora. Glad you popped in. Oh my goodness, that tower is massive. Get some of our green leaves back. There we go. Or else I might as well give the... Congratulations, Ben. That's super exciting. That is really good news, honestly. It has been a long couple of weeks. This pandemic just keeps making things feel longer, too. Okay. There was something I wanted to try, and we are actually on the right day to try it. Portals are technically open. I'm not gonna do like a long thing here. Oh yeah, they take you to secret areas. But I was actually thinking like, if there was anything under this island besides water. Nope, just water. Fair enough. Just also rare bugs for the museum. Tropical leaf bug, golden beetle, tropical butterfly. Shadow butterfly. A glowworm? A fairy dragonfly. Oh look, more clouds. Also, this regenerates every month, so that makes me actually consider... I'm out of inventory. I can drop that. I'm just taking the fairy grass, because it grows back every month. Renewable resources. So how's everybody been holding up with COVID stuff in your countries and locations? Has it been as bad in certain places as it's been in, well, where I am and in the US? Because people are still being really bad about it. In fact, people just don't care. I know, Cray, you are. But I know not everybody else is. Like, I don't believe Tudor and Jalix are. Then I have people in progressive areas commonly doubting the vaccine, stuff like that, but I'm also American, so... Yeah. I've heard some states are actually, like, reopening everything and just completely, like, ignoring the fact that it's still out there. Which is absolutely frustrating. I think it was it Iowa that completely opened, like, yesterday or today? Phone number. What else do I have in here that I can toss? I guess I can get rid of those. Vin says, maybe I'll get to go to New York finally in 2023. The way things are going, looks that way. Well, New York's getting some bad publicity on Twitter right now. because of the train situation. People are snitching on people trying to survive in the train stations. Not a good look. Part of me is like, Toot says we hit peak number of active COVID cases in my province back in December, and it's 2/3 since then, but we had to do a strict lockdown. Cray says, throwing hands with my city today. Yeah. New York. I'm not surprised. I'm genuinely not surprised. Because the whole north of the United States right now is getting hit with a really, really bad snowstorm. And Canada is probably getting it too. At least central Canada. Your lowest approval rating in Canada? That's gotta be frustrating. How much did I get? I got 890 fairy grass. Pretty cool. Get one stack of it just to have. I was thinking of changing the grass on my farm to the fairy grass. The snow that fell on Monday was way worse than the snow you're getting now. I just had a moment of when was Monday? Time has just been so warped. Serve myself a little more tea. Oh yeah, you know back then, gestures vaguely Monday. Monday was like 3 months ago, what are you talking about? That's how time works now. At least in my brain. Monday was in March, right? I'm still waiting on those $2,000 checks. Actually, what if I... Cray, you never got the 1,200 check? Oof. That is a fail on the government's part, of course. That is very frustrating. Let's see, potion can go there. Two types of fairy grass. I am just gonna get myself ready because I know tomorrow there's gonna be an in-game event and I am going to want to probably do some theft to make some money back. Duke, welcome. I'm doing pretty okay. How about yourself? I'm gonna do theft in an in-game event. It's going to be an act of piracy against a racist fairy queen. It does have a lot of layers. I'm glad you enjoyed being called that. I mean, if it makes you happy, then honestly, that's what matters. Also, Duke, I'm really glad you finished your cleaning and feel comfortable to sit down and chill. Let's see. I need another bookshelf, I think. Bookshelf. Wrong store. I mean, it is a pretty epic name, Gray. I have to agree with Duke on that one. Put that stuff in the museum. Put my petals away. What's your crisis, Vin? Hey, base cat. Well, you know, Vin, it is a process, so... Contra, the old video game. Also, greetings, Emma. I am assuming that Vin meant ContraPoints. But I could be wrong in that assumption. Well, people definitely inspire us in different ways to explore different sides of ourselves. So definitely nothing wrong with that. Let me bring these bugs to the museum, and then we're gonna go do a theft. See, you're supposed to be all responsible and helpful and help this fairy. But, we're gonna just take all her stuff. This is it. Yoink. Yoink. Yeah, the fairy palace appears once a year. And you can also sell the furniture for a ton of money. And also she's kind of a jerk, so... Also, can this hammer stop trying to go on top of the furniture? The furniture's stealing my hammer back. So I tried that, and it actually doesn't fall down. Which is actually kind of strange. Either that or I missed something when I did it. If such a thing were real, it'd be like the one place that actually just managed to float, right? My inventory's already full. Hammer? Hammer. Loot Buckingham Palace. We need this for Base Cat's tower. Important Base Cat business. I should probably put this stuff on the bookshelf. It'll probably be faster than laying it all out. Maybe the stuff I have like one of, I can just put out here. Hello and welcome, Zen. This is kind of like Minecraft. It's called Staxel. It's like with Minecraft and, like Stardew Valley had, you know, been merged into one game. Wait, what is that about the Queen changing the law for her private wealth? And I can put these somewhere. Just temporarily. Hey, Base Cat. Base Cat's hungry. Oh, we have to feed Base Cat. Our Eldritch Horror is in need of food. Okay, Base Cat, we're feeding you. Following the Queen's intervention, the government inserted a clause into the law granting itself the power to exempt companies used by heads of state for new transparency measures. Oh boy, that's fun. That sounds very fair and equitable. Watch billionaires begin lobbying in the US for the same laws. That wouldn't surprise me. At this point, nothing surprises me. I would like to collect the other stuff I've broken here. Love having an unelected head of state. Very cool and not at all antiquated or anything. I was always under the impression that she was like a figurehead. That's always the way that it's been kind of taught on this end. And I'm kind of learning that that's not exactly the case. Okay, stop, hammer. There we go. You're telling me we're full again? Okay. Forget this candle. Wait, for real? That's still a thing? Clothes out of the dryer is a fine joy to have. Also, there are piles of money up here. Wait, for real? An election in Australia was changed in that way? You all are teaching me something new. I need another bookshelf, I think. I also do not need that door frame. Also, hey Lief, are you my friend yet? Ben Empanada is a really good YouTuber. Duke says the problem with the Queen is that they're powerful and influential enough to have the ear of elected officials and can influence them. In 1975, the Australian constitutional crisis culminated with the dismissal from office of the Prime Minister by the Governor General Sir John Kerr. Wow. Hey, Base Cat. You just floating? You just chilling in midair? Yeah, you do that, Base Cat. Base Cat doesn't believe in physics. Wait, what? The Liberals are Australia's right-wing party? Base Cat is a fourth-dimensional eldritch being. Base Cat doesn't have to adhere to physics. Physics obey Base Cat, not the other way around. Alleged CIA involvement. Because of course there is. It's like nothing changes. Where did that go? There we go. At the pleasure of the crown. Base Cat does not have a connection to the CIA. Base Cat is superior to the CIA. Base Cat is an eldritch god. She chooses to communicate with us in a way that we understand through a cute cuddly cat. But deep down she represents an unspeakable horror. And if we do not appease her, and give her lots of num-nums, she will destroy everything. As a Thoth quakes before her. This is true. All entities quake before Base Cat. And once Base Cat's tower is complete, Base Cat will have reached a new level of power in our realm. In the meantime, how's Rosemary doing? How do I make your pet shop. Did you even give me a sign for that? Or does the mayor need to give me that? Base cat jokes are greater than shaggy jokes. True. Who needs ultra instinct when you can break reality? That's all I'm saying. And all of this gold is mine. Now we can bribe the mayor. Now we too shall be a corrupt corporate overlord. But mostly we're doing it to save reality, because if we don't get Base Cat's wishes fulfilled, things are gonna go bad. Very altruistic. I simultaneously got how CIA of you and very altruistic. That's amazing. Oh, yay, more stuff. I mean, we've pretty much looted this place of all the main items. Nope, no, I missed this room. Why are you outside? It would seem that someone else has taken it upon themselves to pull apart our manor. If you'd be so kind as to repair the throne room, we could perhaps resume our repairs. Nah, it's cool. Your entire house is gonna respawn next year anyway. You get a crown of, leaves for helping her. Which honestly is cool, but... property damage is the worst kind of violence. This is looking suspiciously like Antifa. I mean, I am tearing down... Antifa stands for anti-fairy. This is true. In this case, this is very true. I don't mind the fairies, it's just this one fairy is kind of an oppressive queen. That's all I'm saying. How did I miss this room? There are no survival elements, Alberto. And also, welcome. The fairy will be invited to speak at the 2024 Republican National Convention. I mean, who are we kidding? The Democrats will invite her too. Is there a such thing as a non-oppressive queen? Have you met pirate queens? Pirate queens are by definition non-oppressive queens. Drag queens, that's a good one. That's a good one, Tudor. I feel like we're playing Family Feud now. Do I see the band Queen? True, another good one. Base Cat, are you okay? Please don't destroy our reality. Pop these things over here. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. I am not familiar with Priscilla either, and Vinya would like to say Vinya. Vinya, enjoy spending time with your partner. What's up, Base Cat? It's a 90s movie about 3 drag queens who accidentally agree to do a drag show in a small town in the Australian desert. It's wonderful. I approve. Their bus is named Priscilla. Also, I am pretty sure that selling some of this stuff is super worth it. Yep, there we go. 4 lamps, 9,000 petals. And this is why you loot the ferry. Because the act of piracy is very lucrative. Also, I need another bookshelf, I think. Wait, what do you want, Maximilian? Someone wants to move in? I'm just gonna make everybody roommate in this one house that I built. Wait, that isn't letting me have all the... I guess the area on that house is smaller. I'll just put that there for now, and I'll fix it later. We can't praise Robin Hood and condemn looters if we want to be logically and morally consistent. That's a very true statement. That's actually something I was hoping to talk about in the near future. Especially about Robin Hood. It absolutely confuses me that people will praise Robin Hood in the story, but then don't want it to happen in real life. Hey, Base Cat. I'm glad you're glowing, because if you weren't, I know we'd all be dead. We must thank Base Cat for our daily existence. Why ever would I want to discuss Robin Hood in the current news cycle? Funny. Wait, what happened with the stock stuff? I stopped following it because I kind of got frustrated with it. Pledging one's allegiance to an existential terror is a great way to resolve existential dread. Well, you know what? If the existential horror decides to destroy reality, I might be the only thing that it lets live. Because I pledged undying loyalty. Either that or I'll be the first thing gone. There won't be a middle ground. I won't have to suffer. It'll either be official that I am going to be the only thing that lives, or I will be the first thing gone. And I can live with that. That sounds like some Cthulhu cultist logic. I mean, have you met Base Cat? A lot of the money, possibly the majority, that was used to pump up GameStop and AMC stocks came directly from hedge funds. They benefited more than anyone else. Wait, so in order to mess up hedge funds, people took out loans using hedge funds? If that doesn't tell you how broken things are. Like, the only way to break the system is to use the system to break the system and fix the system. There is so much wrong with that. I was afraid that other hedge funds were going to invest in GameStop. Because the thing is if they predicted the price was going to go down when it was $300 and they borrowed against it, they probably made a ton of money. And I knew that was going to happen. Honestly, it felt more like for the memes, you know, at the end of the day. And the more I've learned about it, the more horrific that whole thing kind of comes out. I'm gonna see if I can tear the place down again. A couple of hedge funds lost a huge amount of money, but they were able to stay in business thanks to loans from every other hedge fund. Jalix, welcome back. So basically nothing happened. Well, I'm glad that you and your mom are doing well, Jalix. King John, welcome. I'm doing pretty well. Yourself? It's okay, Cray. King John's one of the good kings. Our alliance is tentative. Well, you have Duke and King. We've just got anarchist royalty over here, okay? Just call me the Elven Pirate Queen and we'll all be set. We'll have a full set of royalty. You took Duke as in Duke Ellington. Nah. Duke's a Duke. Anarcho-monarchy. The only form of governance in which we are the rulers of our own dominion. I really do wish I could actually, like, tear this place up completely. That actually sounds pretty awesome. Staxel does not have explosives. Oof. My frames felt that. Wait, whoa. He just said he wanted to open a coal mine because he won't do damage to the environment. What? What? The leader of your province has stepped into the game. You know, not even in Staxel can I have a situation where there's any wholesomeness in that regard. We're just gonna build coal mines now, because, you know, no harm to the environment whatsoever. I mean, steel's pretty useful. There's no steel without coke. He's literally trying to overturn coal mining restrictions from the 70s right now, which would allow mining in provincial parks and threaten. Yeah, what is coal coke? I'm not familiar with that term. Because I interpreted that very differently. Pure carbon? Okay. Have we looted enough of this place? Bezos, resigned because someone was wearing a wire? Probably true. He probably got, caught with some of that union busting. Fair enough. I didn't know that's what they called it, Jalix. There's good case to be made that Bezos stepped down to distract from the news of Amazon stealing tips from the drivers. That doesn't surprise me at all. There was an Amazon walkout in New York? How did I miss everything? It's like the news I was looking at just didn't cover it, I guess? turns out the news story from 2019 where it seemed like Bernie forced Amazon to raise their minimum wage was fake. For drivers, they just stole tips and used that money to top up the hourly rate. Oh, that's fun. Amazon's treatment of workers has been absolutely atrocious. Which I'm not surprised about. I mean, right now, I'm not surprised about much that happens these days. Once we get back into the area that I talked about a couple of days ago, or was it yesterday or the day before, that company towns are possibly coming back, I've just given up believing anything is out of the realm of possibility anymore. Ah, withheld. Yes, the famous withholding. Because when a company does it, it's withholding. But if a person does it, it's, you know, downright theft. The fairness of the system at play. You think we're entering like a tech industrial revolution? Like a tech revolution? This is why we need anarcho-monarchism. We can trick them into helping us by saying it'll just be like feudalism, and then we pull the rug out from under them. True, let them fund the revolution. Well, I think there's also a comparison to be made to the Industrial Revolution in terms of how fast tech has improved over the past number of years. And with it changing the way that it has, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some lessons in all of that. Maybe ones that are not so obvious at the moment. And maybe some that are. Anarcho-Leninism? I don't even know what that would look like. I unfortunately do not know your Blade Runner reference. Anarcho-Leninism, isn't that just the Soviet Union? Maybe? Hey, Base Cat. Thank you for letting us exist another day. I think I'm mostly satisfied tearing down that house, unless people think I should tear up more. Leninism's about spurring the revolution in a society where most proletarians are not class conscious. I don't even know what an anarchist version of that would look like. That's a really good question. That's why I would really struggle to imagine that, honestly. Because I feel like anarchism, by definition, needs to have some sort of class consciousness. See if there's anything else, really. I mean, I think I've properly looted the place. I mean, I could get bricks, but that just feels tedious right now. Cray said, fun story, I had a coworker try to defend capitalism to me. How did that go? I want to hear the fun story. And Jalix said, I'm finally getting my 3D printer stuff soon. Nope. Okay. Nope. Okay, that was worth a shot. About media reliability? What's the deal with Romania in terms of that? Like, what was the argument being presented in this case about Romania? If you knew anyone from communist countries. Well, that was a huge cash infusion by stealing from, I mean, appropriating from the Fairy Queen. Let me go get some leaves to give to, Lief. To be clear, he opened with, "I'm assuming you've only ever lived in capitalism." Then the question if whether or not I knew anyone from communist countries. Ah, that's a completely good faith argument. I wonder how many of them can define communism. Communism is when not good. That's how you, define communism. I'm a product of Romanian communism. If Romania hadn't been socialist, my mom could have never gone to university and met my dad. Interesting. He mentioned his wife's parents worked in co-ops. I read that as worked for cops. I read that completely backwards. How do I know if you're at half hearts? I wanted to probe that, but he shifted really quick, and then we got in exploring who actually owned our place of employment. See, that's the thing that always confuses me. Like, how do you get someone to just completely misunderstand the idea of owning the means of production? Like, the capitalist propaganda has been so strong. Who was it that said something about, I think it was Steinbeck, who said something about, Americans don't see themselves as the proletariat, but rather as, what was the term he used? Temporarily embarrassed millionaires? Thank you. Yeah, Alberto, I got it right. Like, man. Well, even if it is only owned by one person, you as the workers are still under the thumb of literally a monarch in your workplace for a period of time. Like, how is that not recognized as oppressive? So you know what actually makes me a little happy? The fact that you all have come out here to watch me stream with the pomp and circumstance that is occurring today here in the US. Especially for people in the US. I know people outside the US don't give a crap about it, but US has a big important holiday today. Uh-huh. Big important holiday. The most important holiday. It is the day where we celebrate capitalism and all of its glory. Today's the Super Bowl. Christmas. No, Christmas is indeed not the worst capitalist holiday. Well, in the US, it doesn't matter if you like sports. In certain communities, you are pretty much expected to participate in the festivities of capitalism. Toot says the biggest private equity firms in the US completely control the direction of the economy, even more than the financial institutions. BlackRock alone owns about $8 trillion of wealth is directed. I have not watched the latest video by Unlearning Economics. I have not had a chance. That got put out really recently, didn't it? Or is time just, you know, going in that direction, going in weird directions again for me? Okay. And honestly, with the Super Bowl being today, it just feels remarkably like bread and circuses, honestly. People are just gobbling it up, taking it in. During the pandemic, during everything else, we just still have the same idea of what capitalism's supposed to look like. It's frustrating. Super Bowl capitalism. Selling $1 million advertisements. Making sure people have a nice show to watch. Oh, everything's fine. And you know, they invited nurses to watch the Super Bowl in person who've gotten both dosages of the vaccine. Because we're clearly going right back to normalcy. Meanwhile, in the political spectrum, you have the Democrats capitulating to every single request of the Republicans. Joe Manchin making an absolute fool of everyone who thought the Democrats were going to do whatever they wanted. And the performance in theater of that shit show is happening. Oh, you haven't heard King John? The Democrats just keep lowering what they're supposed to give us. Because the most conservative Democrat, Joe Manchin, and also his name is Manchin. Like, Manchin, but, like, it sounds like Manchin. Which just kind of feels like a surreal slap in the face. Oh yeah, it's the $1,400 thing, but it's also the, they didn't lower the amount, but they're lowering who's getting it. So basically, Jalix, what's happening is that it's always been based on an income threshold, right? Like, you don't want to give a certain population the full amount of money, because if you make a certain amount in this economy, you're probably fine. Bernie Sanders originally wanted that value to be like $300,000, because for whatever reason in the US, $300,000 is still, you know, not considered to be that much in terms of salary. And there are some people that can be well off but not, you know, wealthy on that money. But they've just dropped it from what the Trump administration had it at $75,000 down to $50,000 as the proposed amount. Which means that basically there are going to be people who live in wealthy, you know, expensive cities who are not going to be able to get the stimulus check of $1,400 simply because they make too much, but they still might be living paycheck to paycheck. There are people in places like New York City or Los Angeles or Chicago who are making in the range of $60,000 to $70,000 a year and are struggling to pay their bills. If you have student loan debts, if you have kids and have to pay for childcare and any number of other reasons, you might not be able to pay for that. Manchin, yeah. This is because of him. And I'm sure there's other Democrats that side with him, because one other Democrat came out and was like, no, 50,000 is too low. We should do it to 60,000. But this is what a lot of people... Feel free to call him that, Jalix. And I'm sorry, it's this ridiculous position where if you're in the US right now and you're making less than $100,000, you still are in a place where you might be living paycheck to paycheck, depending on your financial place. And the most messed up part about this is that nurses are basically excluded. Nurses in the US make over $50,000 a year. And nurses are on the front lines of the pandemic and are mostly paying off medical debt, medical school debt, and medical school is really expensive. Every single time the Democrats take office, you get these conservative Democrats that come out of places like West Virginia, that come out of places that have, you know, some red leaning in terms of the state, and they come out and they do this every single time. And then people get fed up with it and they realize the Democrats don't actually do anything, and then people are like, hey, Republicans, do you want to try? And then we go right back to fascism. Big tent politics. And so we've got this... Well, it's actually funny because in the video I put out today, I went over a lot of the math behind things, and there was some calls by Biden to make the minimum wage $15. And Manchin flat out said, we're not doing a $15 minimum wage. We're going to make it $11. Which I do have to admit is better than the $7.25 an hour that it currently is federally. But I figured out the math behind it. The original point of the stimulus check, the $1,200 one, was based off of 40 hours on the minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, multiplied across a month, basically. And it came out to approximately $1,200. If you do that same math on a $15 minimum wage, it comes out to $2,400, meaning the $2,000 checks aren't even enough for a living wage. Just something to consider moving forward. The $2,000 a month checks are not enough for some people. Well, the thing is they keep crying small business, small businesses, small businesses. Small businesses don't have a chance anymore. We don't live in that world anymore. And that's not because of little people making minimum wage. That's because of the larger companies and the subsidies they get all the time. It's just not feasible. Tude says BlackRock owns a platform called Aladdin, including software and supercomputers, which has basically all historical American economic data in it and guides investment flows of 21 trillion. Wow. Here's the thing, Jalix. Small business owners in the US, some of them do employ people, right? Like they're the small despots, like you said. Some of them are just running their own shops. Some of them are trying to build something. And yes, from the left, we can argue that perspective, right? That they're despots and they're still harming people. But at the end of the day, even some of them are still living paycheck to paycheck, as it were, week to week. The productivity of small businesses. What is that about, Cray? I gotta feed the animals. And honestly, outside of people just getting absolutely sick of things and us leading into some sort of really, really bad place, the only way to handle all of this stuff and to deal with this literal bread and circus situation that we're dealing with, you know, the return to normalcy, the capitalism, the movement of acting like everything's fine and having the great big sporting event where you celebrate and have get-togethers and have chicken wings and do the whole thing. The only way to deal with this, in my opinion, is to literally primary every single Democrat. Every single one of them. Outside of, like, the squad. If you're not Cori Bush, if you're not Ilhan Omar, if you're not AOC, if you're not, you know, someone on the same level as them, there's no point in keeping them anymore. There's absolutely no point. And the thing is, you know, I can't buy into the accelerationist arguments. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating because, you know, even me being where I'm at would love to just see a bunch of change happen all at once. You know, I'd love to, you know, get to that place where people just aren't suffering anymore. But the accelerationists are not doing any favors. They're not helping people. Too many people will suffer under accelerationist policy. So Chris says the main conversation's about the petitioning the government for certain information, but they go into depth about small business departments, something like that, and it talks about how many jobs small businesses create as opposed to larger ones. That is to say that 80% of new jobs come from small businesses, and big businesses tend to take jobs out of the market as a rule. That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, we're probably going to have to reach a point where we just accept the fact that jobs are an outdated way of thinking of society. There's... Yeah, like King John says also, accelerationism's a flip of a coin, but I'll tell you this much. It's a flip of the coin that's weighted against us. Jimmy Dore... Jimmy Dore. You're taking a leap of faith that you're bound to lose. Leftist perspectives, if they don't win immediately and they don't have full support, are going to be crushed. The sides that enter into an accelerationist situation are never the sides that leave it. Hey, we made a friend with Lief. Tude says the entire wealth of the top 1% in America is almost 40 trillion, so the assets that BlackRock and Aladdin control are worth half of that. That's actually ridiculous, honestly. But, yeah, the accelerationism doesn't work. Well, isn't he also the one who just recently compared himself to Fred Hampton? Like, I'm sorry. Jimmy Dore is no Fred Hampton. He is so frustrating. a figure. And the acceleration of stuff, you just end up falling into this place where you're going to lose. If you don't have the entire population, for the most part, under the same sense of ideas, right? If you don't have people being able and willing to reach for the same goal, when you have the level of white supremacy and racism that's in the United States, when you have all of that behind the scenes, there's no way accelerationism is going to work. Have I seen the video Capitalist Aesthetic are bad at business from Corporate Aesthetic? I have not, but capitalists are really bad at business. Anti-electoralism and fighting with SOCDEM seems utterly pointless when there's no powerful socialist movement outside of government. So I'm going to be real about it all. And I will definitely check out that video. Yeah, going after AOC makes no sense whatsoever. And the way she has been treated this past few weeks, with her sharing her story and her coming to terms with things, and the right and left both absolutely berating her, calling her a liar, calling her story a distraction, calling all of it they've called it, I cannot. The amount of frustration and anger I have been feeling towards that. It's like, what is even your point? And I get it, at the end of the day, SOCDEMs don't necessarily want to see capitalism end. I get it that at the end of the day, more moderate perspectives, especially liberal Democrats, are consistently going to be the people who push back against capitalism changing and reforming. I get it. You know, it's frustrating, the position that we're in as leftists. But like you've said, Emma, there's no left party. There's no representation of us. There's no perspective. So we have to go as left as possible. We have to go as left as what's available. Do I think it's a good sign that the new public enemy for Republicans is AOC rather than Clinton or Obama? Oof. So there's two sides to that. One is yes, because it means that there's some legitimacy to AOC's position, that the SOCDEM position is getting enough backing that it's worth them fighting against. They are scared of AOC in much the same way I think any reasonable person has to be fearful of green. So, yeah. Cray, that is perfectly reasonable. And she is indeed Boricua. People... she also represents the Bronx. Like... I'm sorry, like, people... I feel like people who have not experienced New York... don't understand how the Bronx represents. If you've never been there, if you've never experienced it, if you've never seen that, it's not the same thing as when people come out in other areas. I wish I could explain that to people, having had experiences in New York before. Am I incorrect in the fact that it's tied to... What do you... Base cat? Base cat, I think I can see into your dimensions. Is it actually, a Taino word? Cray? I'm, like, pretty sure it is. I gave Lief stuff. Maybe I should work more on our tower. That's the thing also with AOC, right? Like, she's one person. And honestly... welcome. It comes from the word Borinquen, which was the original name of the island, so folks who are of Borinquen are Boricua. That makes sense. And it is Taino, correct? It comes from, okay. And we fell down. Am I just gonna go for the build limit on this? I don't even know what the build limit in this game is. Mm-hmm. The difference between AOC and Clinton, though, is that most of AOC's Democrat colleagues despise her politics and would prefer to see her gone so she's more vulnerable. That's true. That is absolutely true. There's no support there. And honestly, I don't know how she does it. The height limit in Staxel is absurdly large, like 1,000,000 blocks. Yeah, I'm not going up 1,000,000 blocks. I just don't understand what people really just expect in terms of the situation for leftists right now. We're in a bad place. She has to do it. It's what she has to do to make things better. More power to her. Honestly. More power to her. May she continue to have the strength to do what she's doing. And again, what else are we supposed to do as leftists? What are we supposed to do as people who want to see the move over? Are we supposed to just sit by and let things just sit as they are? Or are we supposed to, you know, force the vote? That's not gonna happen, and just discredit any potential left-leaning ideologies? You're almost at a mindset to say that AOC being the furthest left thing in politics weakens her position, and if she had a further left boogeyman to point to, she'd be more effective. American leftists used all your effort to get Biden elected, so things are magically better now. This is the siren song of going back to brunch and why it has to be resisted. Absolutely, Duke. Absolutely. Emma says, I double don't get the hostility to her because here in Britain our left electoral movement has been disgraced along with Corbyn. So seeing America's trashing someone successful, it's weird. The only positions that I have heard that have been even remotely valid have been that AOC's foreign policy issues have had, you know, problems. And even those, I have not been able to find fully substantial arguments around. I think also Toots Clinton was just horrendous. Honestly. Nobody liked her. I just think at the end of the day, we're going to have to primary every single Democrat and start pushing the party left that way. And the thing is, I'm not saying don't create mutual aid networks. I'm not saying don't create dual power systems. I'm not saying don't do the anarchist and leftist work. I'm just saying let's create better conditions for those things. Let's keep moving left. Cut off the rightist part of the country. Fight that. Move left. And just keep doing that. You wonder how much effort we should spend on each? What do you mean, Jalix? I think I might have to cap this building at pretty soon because I'm actually getting lag up here. You're on the side that most effort should be spent on direct action? Alberto, it's been driving me absolutely, like, up a wall. Absolutely up a wall. To see social democracy, neoliberalism, and fascism equated. Do they all have their problems? Yes. Do they all have, you know, things wrong with them? Oh yeah, neoliberalism and fascism both have a lot of problems. But fascism is objectively worse. So, Jalix, my thing is I don't see them as needing to be separate. If you're primarying a candidate and you're trying to get your new candidate in, have the candidate come out to your direct action event and support it. AOC has had, exactly. They work hand in hand with each other. You don't have to separate them. AOC has done trainings for mutual aid networks and unions. There's no reason to think that, you know, her coming out for the union and in support of the union was just a stunt or anything. The one she came out for that union. The Teamsters. Absolutely no reason to think that. I mean, direct action surely helps more. It does the on-the-ground work. I guess where I sit with the electoralism right now also is if we're able to get something like Medicare for All actually passed, if we're able to get an actual living minimum wage for people, that's going to free up time. That's going to free up people to have more time to do direct action. It's only after you got radicalized that you started seeing valid criticisms of Clinton in the mainstream media. Criticism of Clinton was mostly a grift because they had no better alternatives in mind. True. True truths. I'm gonna say, Emma, you're absolutely correct. Also, it can be that the red tape and internal drama of electoral politics can drain your energy and focus if you're not careful. I suspect that known personalities that conflate these positions and provide leftist infighting are being supported by wealthy people to ensure leftists can't succeed. Yeah, I could see that. Let me see where these stairs end up matching up, and I'll have these stairs come into the top of the tower. You know what? I think that works, actually. Because then I can do an extra step up. And now we are in the top of the tower. We'll just make this the top. And if it's not large enough, Basecat will erase reality and the save game will be deleted and, you know, everything will be destroyed. I'm also going to be real. Like, again, I think that you can do the electoralism at the same time that you're doing direct actions. I don't think that as a leftist we need to change our policies. I don't think it's worthwhile to specifically stop direct action in favor of electoralism. So I'm with you, Jalix. I just think that when it comes to election season, primarying the Democrats is probably a worthwhile endeavor. Make it so they have to keep rigging the system, because the more they have to keep rigging the system against people, the more people are going to come out and do direct action. I think they go hand in hand. I agree with you, Alberta. I don't think that they are distinct from each other. Because if you have a candidate who's not willing to come out to your direct action event, if you have that person who's not willing to support your union, support your mutual aid network, support your the dual power structure, they're not worth putting in. It's got to be a mutual relationship if it's going to be any form of actual direct democracy. If you're going to put that person and back them and say, you are someone I want to represent you, to represent us, while you go out there, it's got to be a mutual thing. It's got to be back and forth. And that's another reason why I have no issue supporting AOC, for example. Because when it comes to her positions on things, she has, even though she hasn't done like Medicare for All or any of those things that like Jimmy Dore types want her to do, the actual position is that she has come out to unions. She has done mutual aid network training. If you don't see AOC coming out to join a strike as a good thing, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know what your point in any of it is. You had 300 cops or whatever it was show up that night. AOC shows up the next day and no cops show up. You think that's not a coincidence? And yeah, she does support Medicare for All, but she's also one person. And, you know, going into Congress when Senator Manchin is there, even with the Democrat majority, what's it going to mean? If he's going to vote like a Republican on half the issues. But I have literally heard people say, oh, she was just there for a publicity stunt. And it's like, how much does a politician have to do before you start actually, like, accepting that maybe they're part of your movement? Or maybe they at least have sympathies to your perspectives and movement. At what point do you start to say to yourself, maybe this politician's not like the rest? What is the threshold for some of these people? And that's a genuine question. Like, what does it take? I mean, yeah, that's real. We've all gotten burned by politicians. Like, Obama was a huge burn for a lot of people. People legit believed in his all hope thing, right? Like, but Obama never supported the kind of stuff that AOC does. And I'm sorry, her playing politics and being smart about her position is not the same as betrayal. Emma says, I've been trying not to let bad leftist takes hurt me more than normal bad takes, though I think having a higher standard for leftists helps reinforce some negative things. I would like to hear more on what you mean by that. The threshold is not winning. They have come to associate leftism to political failure and political success to being part of the establishment. I'm inclined to agree with that on some level. Because I think I get what you're saying, Emma, but I also, I guess, maybe... No, I hear what you're saying, Alberto. So, like, one of the things that I struggle with, Emma, is, you know, leftists on some level, to me, are supposed to speak to something better. And it's not necessarily that, you know, they have to be perfect about every single take or anything like that. Like, I'm not sitting here being, like, a purist about things. That would be hypocritical. But I think where I struggle is... you know... the idea of what would it take for you to change your behavior is a big blind spot for many leftists. We've gotten used to being perpetual losers, so we don't plan on what to do when we gain ground. Oh, you all kind of have the same perspective on that. That's interesting. But finishing up what I was saying to Emma, like, I feel like some of the standards for leftists need to be higher on some level. If you look at certain narratives, centrist votes are to be chased and earned, while leftists who vote incorrectly are monsters. Even leftist opponents hold leftists to a higher standard. I see what you're saying. For me, when I talk about a leftist and I have a higher standard for them, I think for me it's, I'm showing my back to you. I'm someone who agrees with 90% of what you say. And if you're going to ridicule and tear at me for the 10% that I disagree with because I have a different perspective of you, that's going to hurt. That's going to sting. If I think highly enough of your perspectives that I'm willing to turn my back to you and say that you are objectively not my political adversary, don't stab me in the back, basically. That's where my standard for leftist comes in. Don't be such a purist that you are going to hurt people. That you're going to take a position, like, of the perfect being the enemy of the good. But I also absolutely hear you that we shouldn't be holding leftists to some sort of, like, higher standard in that regard as well. Like, it's complicated in that regard. And I do have to agree that sometimes I don't think we know what victory even looks like. And maybe that's a conversation that the left should be having with itself, right? What does victory look like? What is the value of a small victory? You know, not every victory has to be the end goal of the revolution being reached and of perfect communism entering into society. Sometimes the victory can be we hit this threshold. I think a simplified version of what we're all saying is that at times it can seem like we let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Yep. Like, they do also realize that, you know, Lenin, like, chilled in exile for a long time, right? Like, he waited for the right moment. A lot of the leaders waited for the right moment with their respective movements. There was planning, there was, you know, some sort of movement towards some sort of, like, perspective and idea. It wasn't just, oh, we're just going to make this happen today. It took a little time. No matter which movement it was. Movements make time. Movements take time, rather. They take a lot of time. They take a lot of careful planning. I think I'm just gonna go up this way. Just do that, and then I'll do it from the outside. I think before the revolution, Lenin said he would never see a revolution in his lifetime. That's funny. That's funny, Cray. Before this day in the game ends, I want to make sure I get Lief more gifts. Tude says, one of my pet peeves is when individual leftists say the Democrats need to earn my vote, but they do absolutely nothing to let the Democratic Party know what their demands are. I mean, there is some truth in that also. I've also seen a number of leftists who have just been like, I feel so good and clean that I didn't vote for Biden, for example. And I'm just like, well, what did that get you? What did that earn you? And I, like, sincerely mean that. Like, what does not doing that do? Were you having some sort of direct action event that day that was more important? Because I could get behind that idea, right? But to not vote just for the sake of not voting just seems a little pointless to me. And I guess I just find that Tude says the American left represent enough votes for that to be effective. Probably not, honestly, Emma. It also seems kind of virtue signally and Libby, to be honest. I mean, look how clean I am. I didn't vote for Biden, you know, and if Trump had gotten into office, then, you know, then what? If Trump had gotten another term, then what? That's all I keep asking myself when I hear that perspective. Would you still feel good? Would you still feel, like, clean about the situation? Because you didn't vote for him, that you didn't offer him an approval? Voting doesn't have to be because you like somebody. We know that already. Sometimes you vote because you don't like the other person. Weird obsession with purity, we end up having trouble on our side. Like, if you're gonna tell me, hey, I didn't vote for Biden because I was out, I don't know, serving food in a soup kitchen and making sure, you know, people got meals, I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna come down on you. If you were doing some sort of pandemic relief effort, I'm not gonna say anything. Not talking about that. But if your entire perspective came down to, I didn't vote because I wanted to feel good about myself. And as someone who used to think kind of in that same way, I'm building with clouds, actually. But yeah, it does look like snow. I did that in 2016, and not that that really would have probably made a difference in the election. But I wonder how many other people did the same thing. And, you know, sometimes we have terrible perspectives on things. That's all I'm saying. We grow from them. I want to see what this looks like now from down. Wait, for real, the map couldn't even... There's a consistent pattern of the most left-wing congresspeople being elected through campaigns that focus on non-voters under 35. You know what, Toods? That is actually correct. So, aren't I supposed to get a quest from Lief? Oh, whoa, there's the new person. Hold up. I saw them. Ren. Where are you? I saw you. I saw you on the map. I don't think the anti-capitalist left has enough votes in America to force major concession, but many of our policies are popular with non-leftists. Yeah, that's the thing, like, the ideas of the left are really popular. But the second you mention that they're socialist or that they're anarchist, people get really scared of those words. I feel safe now that Ren is wearing a mask. Yes, Duke, I feel much safer. Is it bad that I've reached that point where, like, part of me wonders if this whole pandemic thing ends, if mask wearing is just gonna be a normal thing that some people do? I feel like it's going to be something that I consistently do for a long time. You've seen me. Then I suppose I can ask for some help. I don't have much time, but I need to get a message through to Lief. He needs to come back. Please tell him that. Okay, let's go talk to Lief. Yo, that tower looks sick. It also looks like I built the Washington Monument. The fall in flu deaths due to anti-COVID measures. Yeah, it makes sense. You know what, though? Like, I am still going to enjoy the idea that I can theoretically sit in a restaurant at some point again. You know, not that I go out to eat very often, or maybe just go out for some tea with somebody and actually be able to take a mask off to eat and not feel completely in danger. But I absolutely feel like wearing a mask when I'm in public is going to become a norm for me. Outside of when I'm maybe talking to people. Did you get a name? What did she want? She didn't want... She wanted to come back, didn't she? Jalix, I am grateful. Genuinely grateful that you have never felt in danger during this whole pandemic. Because I will tell you something. There are people in my area who think that chin straps are the way to go. Because I don't want you to feel in danger. The fact that you felt safe enough is awesome. Yeah, no, Duke, I am with you on that. It has reached a point where certain neighbors are not safe. When you go to supermarkets and I will show you what a chin strap is. Give me 1 second. So a mask is worn like this. A chin strap is when you wear it like this. My favorite is when they wear it like that. Their nose just completely sticking out. This is how you wear masks, apparently. For you, it's old people. For me, it's pretty much everyone. It has been statistically shown that there is no issue with breathing through masks. There are people with emphysema and bronchitis who are able to breathe through the masks. There are people with serious lung conditions. Yeah, Emma and Toots, I am completely with you. Well, apparently, in certain parts of the United States, the calling out of wearing a mask can end up in potentially violent situations because people feel like you're infringing upon their freedom. Honestly, the masks are not that big of a deal in terms of wearing them. No, they don't think about your freedom of not being sick. It's their freedom of not having to wear a mask. But they'll also be the same people who tell you if you don't have, other clothing on or other things on, they'll be the first one to tell you it's a problem. Like, they'll be the first person to say that driving rules make sense, that you should drive on one side of the road. There's just certain conventions you do because it provides safety and normalcy. It's not a lack of freedom, it's just a courtesy. Just pick a side of the road and drive on it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. That's not restricting your freedom to drive on the other side of the road. It just means that the other cars are going to be coming on the other side of the road, and we don't want people to die. Thank you, Cray. They're the same people who'll get mad at a woman breastfeeding in public. Toots, I will completely give you that. If you, when the mask does get wet from a manual labor job from sweat, then it's an actual issue. But there are ways to deal with that, and that can involve swapping your mask and having a specific area that one can do that. So I'm with you on that, but most jobs, most reasons to wear a mask are not having you sweat to the level where it's going to be an issue. And a lot of the jobs that have that kind of manual labor, like you're mentioning, Toots, a good number of them already are wearing masks that are much higher grade than the ones we wear. Like in construction, you should be wearing certain things to protect yourself if you're doing painting or anything of that sort. Cray says I deal with that at my job and I can just wear a surgical mask until it dries out. Yeah. It really is about new things, Jalix. It is about the fact of new things. And I'm going to be real with you. When it comes to conservatives in the United States not wanting to wear masks, it needs to be said, it's Islamophobia. They have associated the masks with Islamophobia in a good number of cases. I think it was Dennis Prager who made a very similar argument that when he had gone to certain... How does that happen? That happens because... Okay, so what masks have to do with Islam is that women cover their face in certain countries that have Islamic, roots. And because conservatives have associated Islam with negativity and the whole thing around that, they associate the mask wearing with Islam. Dennis Prager made this in one of his fireside chat videos. He made that claim. It's an actual argument. Prager made that argument. I think for some people it's subconscious. Yeah, it's literally a combination of thinking it's stealth. It's probably a thought that it's stealth Sharia law, which is absolutely absurd. But I have heard this argument made. And I think for some people, Jalix, I think it's a subconscious thing. I think it's not... I think for a lot of people, it's not conscious. I think for a lot of people, it's this understanding that covering is bad inherently. And the argument is... Exactly, Jalix. In their mind, Islam equals burqas, burqas equal mask, mask equals bad. If we implemented Sharia, paying interest on loans would be illegal. Honestly, Toots, we don't even have to go to that. The early Christian beliefs said the same thing. It's where actually the reason why most of the anti-Semitic stereotypes exist. The way that Europe was structured had to do with the... Hey, you know this major issue, it's actually tied to all the other things we've been fear-mongering all along. Yeah. I mean, in Europe, you had a situation where... class warfare masquerading as religious difference. You had a situation in Europe where Christians were not allowed to charge interest on loans to each other, and loaning was not particularly a practice. And because of the way that Jews were ostracized in Europe, oftentimes one of the only ways they could survive was by giving out loans and doing that kind of practice. And that's where a lot of the anti-Semitism comes from. Like, you created a system that forced a group of people to have literally one or two ways of surviving and then blame them for it. That's where most of European anti-Semitism comes from. Not all, but a good chunk of it. That and the fact that they were seen as not being loyal to the country and the nation and all that stuff. Because their ties were to something else and someone else. Because religious states and all that. Oh yeah, completely. And the only people in Europe that were treated worse than the Jews were for all of that was the Roma. Who are still treated absolutely terribly. That just needs to be said. It's all about hating the other. Well, Toods, the same thing happened in the US with the mafia. Very similar perspective. I can't just forget about them in rows. Things are not so simple. Please let her know that. Alright, I will go tell her. When you don't create viable systems for people to survive under the system that you are in, people are going to find alternative means to survive. Those are often going to skirt along the law. They are going to go against the perspective of what the society is saying is good. And then when they do that and they provide a service that a lot of people want, they are going to get vilified for it. That happens in every single form of society. Like, that just happens. Well, Emma, you know what's funny? I was watching something today that came out, where Texas's Attorney General is now claiming that Texas is completely worried about COVID-19 and the spreading of COVID-19 now that Biden opened the borders in Mexico and is preventing ICE from detaining people. Theoretically. I know ICE is still doing what they're doing. And Cray, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, legit know exactly what you're talking about. That's just how it is. They're gonna use ICE. It wouldn't surprise me if ICE deportations have gone up in the last few months. I know Biden has frozen deportations in theory, but that hasn't stopped ICE. He froze all deportations for 100 days so that it could be reviewed and gone over. And ICE has been continuing their practices. And now the state of Texas wants to sue the Biden administration because it's a health risk to Texas for people to be allowed to stay after crossing the border, because we don't have proper medical testing in place and all the facilities. And so Texas feels they unduly have to pay the burden of cost for the Biden administration's policy. So they're just going to use COVID now as a xenophobic tool. But on the day-to-day, Americans will be allowed to do whatever they want and not wear masks. Because that's also them. Because they get to have both sides of the argument when it's convenient to them. And this is what we see in fascism This is just fascism. Contradictions around contradictions around contradictions. There's no logic, there's no reason, there's no train of thought, except there is, and it's manipulative. They want an end goal, they figure out their end goal, and they work backwards in a way that's going to convince people. The first thing that Trump did was shut the borders to every part of the world except Europe. Why do you think Europe had the borders remain open for as long as it did? When the virus hit, we got it from Europe. Bingo! Europeanness, Eurocentrism, it will rule the day. White supremacy. And I'm just getting really tired of living in a white supremacist nation. For so many reasons. Wait, what? Did she just put her head in? What am I looking at? Lief did say something about her being kind of robotic. ICE was accused of using torture to force inmates to sign deportation waivers in October and January. Oh, another thing that happened with ICE recently is they threatened people to be put into the COVID detention areas if they didn't obey and sign certain papers. Yeah, ICE needs to go. So lifelike, I would have never imagined such craftsmanship. It was responsive before. It's not just a doll. Incredible. So can I have it? No. Alright then, what did you want from me? I assume you didn't come to just tease me with this beauty. She's broken? No, I don't think that's the case. I suspect she's just out of fuel. 8-star bits should do it, I think. Just bring them here and we can have her back up and running in no time. Okay. I think I have the star bits. I mean, ICE certainly has some SS vibes, doesn't it? You know, something that makes me weep is when I grew up, so many kids that I went to school with, including me, you know, basically said, there's no way that if we ever existed in a situation like the Holocaust, for example, that we'd ever let that happen again, that we'd ever, you know, do that. And it's happening. It may not look the same exactly. It may not be the exact same circumstances and situations, and it certainly isn't maybe necessarily at the level yet. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so gradual. It's so gradual. And it just sometimes feels like, what the hell are we supposed to do? Well, it's the same people who, you know, read MLK as, you know, the whitewashed version of him, and say that the current Black Lives Matter movement and the civil rights movement aren't similar at all. It's not fascism until it's literally the Nazis in 1930. And then you'll get people who are saying, oh, that, you know, I'd never let that happen. I'd never let that happen. Wait, where are you going, robot? Thank you, I appreciate the assistance. So what did he say? Will he return with me? I can read it in your face. I see. We had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but please deliver these to the local scientist. I suspect this will change his mind. What is? Wait, where is Cecile? There's Cecile. No, Lief wants to go back, but he doesn't have anyone to run the store, and he's feeling, like, stuck. These are thanks for helping revive her. Thank you for delivering them. The former head of DHS has also secretly signed an agreement with the ICE union that would give the union the ability to reject any changes to policies which affect their members. Are you serious? Well, you have someone from back home who's literally trying to talk to you, and you're just like, nah. I'm not surprised. Hello, imagination scene. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Hopefully they don't get caught. I got a letter. Thank you for the fuel. Got Lief's rucksack? What is that for? Do I give that to Lief? Or is that something for me? Accept my friendship. How many gifts do you have to give to max them out, anyway? Or, like, how many hearts do you have to get? See, he misses being home. Okay. He was basically just saying he wants to be home and he misses it sometimes. You need more food. That is rough imagination. But that sounds like landlord issues. What is an NLRB? I was about to ask. National Labor Relations Board. Ah. I actually don't know who's on Biden's appointees for that. Okay, did not mean to fall down. Yeah, I'm really glad this game doesn't have fall damage. Have a good night, Jalix. Oh wow, you're up late. Yeah, go to bed. Yeah, I need to get some light in there. Oh, basically, the whistleblower was sharing that ICE has some sort of special contract or something that protects itself. Was that it? The whistleblower revealed a secret agreement between the DHS and ICE union, which allows the union to unilaterally reject any policy changes that affect their members. Yeah. Which is problematic to say the least. Does it bug anyone else that the GOP is fully in support of unions for fascia organizations? Oh, not at all. I mean, it bugs me out rather, probably just as much. Don't fall, don't fall. Please don't fall. Looks like it's a flat earth, Toots. We're just on a giant disc, floating in an endless abyss. You're a game dev and can confirm the world is flat. Staxel developers didn't bow down to the demands of Big Globe. True. Thank you. Okay. This is a little bit frustrating to do what I'm trying to do. Commercials are total crap. You're watching the football? No! Big Globe sounds like the nickname of a crime boss. It really does, actually. Damn it. This is a lot harder to do than it looks. Careful. Careful. Oh, for the love of everything, will you let me place this? Game? Work with me. You know what? Fine. Go enjoy your nap, Duke. Look, the universe reach for the stars. How big should I make this? Basically, from what I'm understanding, imagination, the whistleblower report basically says if anybody tries to mess with the members of ICE and their union, that they're able to overturn the policy internally. Which kind of gives them a very bizarre unilateral power. Nope, nope, no, 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 no. Hey, base cat. I need black blocks anyway. Exactly. I'm thinking that it already has gone through based on what those leaks said. Okay, that's so ominous looking. Now, I'm gonna summon the Wither by accident. What's the Wither? I don't know if there's a crouch not to fall thing. So I've heard people try to make the argument that he could abolish it with an executive order, but I don't think he can. Maybe that needs to be... No, that was right. Maybe I'm just thinking maybe it needs to be one down? Or maybe just... Oh yeah, it needs to be... Maybe I'll just do it like that. There we go. Did I put those blocks too high up? I think that might be slightly too high up. Are you pleased, Base Cat? Takes forever to get back up this thing. Yeah, I think it should be one more down, which is easy enough to fix. If you don't fall asleep. And then break that and place that with that. But I was under the watchful eye of Base Cat. Base Cat observes all. This is Staxel. It's kind of like a combination of Minecraft and, Are you proud, Base Cat? And, Stardew Valley or Harvest Moon. I think Base Cat is happy. Base Cat has provided us existence for another day. I'm just trying to get some angles for screenshot because this is going to be the thumbnail for the next video. Behold the all-seeing eye of Base Cat. We have appeased the Eldritch Abomination. Now let's go give Lief some gifts and become friends. used to have Mega Drive and PS1, PS2. Yeah, I didn't game for a number of years, but it's been good getting back into stuff over the past few years. You know what strikes me as odd about this game? Like, the heart doesn't just, like, fill gradually, it's just one shot. How many gifts do you need? I think this is gonna be, probably my last day for the stream. Like, in terms of the game. Like, after this day ends, I'll wrap up. That is impressive. You need 40 friendship points for liked and 100 for friend. And how much does each gift give? 1 point? Talking gives 1 point. Is there a limit on how many you can get from talking in a day? Or can I just keep talking to Lief indefinitely? Well, I'm assuming that the green leaves are not loved gifts then. %50 chance that Leaf's favorite gift would be handling post green leaf or wooden decor, and a 50% chance it would be a unique or quest item. Well, we'll just keep giving him green leaves and eventually he'll like us. When I was younger, I got GTA instead of an add-on. For some reason, it was sold separately as a CD in the shop. I bought it thinking I had gotten the game for cheap. Nope. Aw. Yeah, you know, things were so different back then in terms of gaming when it came to CDs and stuff, right? And expansions were something you, like, had to pop in a separate disc for. Now the games don't even come on discs, even if you buy the discs. If you have a console. I think Rhea had wanted me. Yeah, most people download now, but even if you buy a disc nowadays, like, it'll give you a very small portion of the game on the disc that will tell the, basically, you'll have to connect to the internet anyway to download the rest of the game. And games don't even come out complete half the time anymore, just being real. You got a warning that you'd be kicked out of the stream because it's been 4 hours. What does that even mean? Why would it kick you out of the stream for being in for 4 hours? That just seems so arbitrary. Okay, okay. Whoa. Rhea. Rhea. Oh, your streaming device does? That's weird. Where is Rhea's fish hook located? Because I'm supposed to get her fish hook. She was like, go find my fish hook, yeah. And I'm like, but I don't know where your fishing hook is. pearl shell. Oh, wow. Tudes, would you mind checking where Ria's fishhook might be? If it says on the wiki. Oh, yeah, I was hoping that you could let me know where Ria's fishhook might be. Because apparently she's missing her fishing hook. Also, there are so many fossils on the beach. Oh, you have to fish for it? Does it matter where? Fair enough. And caught. Rainbow trout. Oh, we can take a few shots at it before the day ends. Pufferfish. Well, I'm not gonna stay fishing for 100 fish. I'm ending after the day. So when the thing says I'm tired, I'll stop. Got it. Good to know that the eye of Base Cat is looking upon everyone. After a while, I feel like you just learn the map, but when you're first starting, it's kind of confusing. I had a lot of issues the first playthrough where I was just running in circles. So we will bring this bottle back to Rhea and then run back to the bed. And that should be... Oh, that's not Rhea. Rhea's in town. What am I doing? Well, Imagination, thank you for coming out. I'm just about to wrap up myself here. Give Rhea this hook. What? Is that my lucky hook stuck in the bottle? Definitely looks like it. Can I have the hooked bottle? Of course. I don't want to tell you what's in the message, meow. Not yet. But if you can take this to Max for me, he'll know what to give you. And thank you again. You don't know what this hook means. Max is on the way. Okay. She came to Staxel with one of them, you know. They were, oh, rambling again, sorry. Rhea wanted you to have a few things from her account. Allow me to have them mailed to you. Okay. Do I think it's possible to have some of the new anti-Trump energy of the past 4 years into a more substantial political project, or all those people go back to brunch? Oh boy. I am hopeful that some people will recognize that. I do think for some it'll just be back to brunch as usual. I think some people will see it as we defeated Trump, it's over. But I think Congressperson Green represents a movement, and the fact that January 6th happened the way that it did is going to change a lot of perspectives to keep people invested in politics longer than I think they did before. Not to say those are good things that they exist, but it's going to keep people around. Yeah, I definitely agree, Toots. So, listen everyone, thank you so much for coming out to the stream. It was lovely having you all. Great conversations, good times. You know, if you're new, definitely feel free to subscribe. You know, you can follow my Twitter, check out Discord in the description down below, wherever you came from. You know, feel free to propagate the other things like Twitter and Discord and the channel. You can also see in the description I have a Patreon link and a Sequel donation. If you feel inclined and are in a place to give, that would be very welcome and appreciated. I hope everybody enjoyed watching, and I hope you all have a good night. Good night, Craig. Good night, Emma. Good night, Toods. Good night, everyone else watching. And with that said, my name is Anarchist Tara, and I hope you enjoyed.